It is 6 o'clock. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m. Election Day. So if anybody hasn't voted, you've got one more hour. So here at the conference center, either here or those of you that are online. So we welcome you. It is as you can see, we all are here. We have a quorum, and if you'll please stand and join me, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Our next agenda item is citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens or visitors wishing to address the council at this time? Please come forward and state your name and just generally where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. And it can be on anything you like. All right. All right, we have a quiet chambers this evening. Okay, with that said, then we will move to presentations at 6:01. And we have 3 presentations this evening. We have a presentation proclaiming November 15th as Texas Recycles Day, and then we wanted to give a Good Neighbor Award to Bare Branches Alliance, and then we'll have a presentation on the recommendation by the Solid Waste Committee on who they would like the council to consider for the next contract. So I'm going to ask I have several of the Earthwise Living Committee members here. If you'll come forward, and I'm going to present this proclamation to the Earthwise Living Committee. Okay. And this is Beth Mersch. She's the chair of the Earthwise Living Committee, which will be March 1st, 2025. I think we're celebrating our 35th Earthwise Living celebration. And next to her is Joan. And that's right. So wonderful volunteers, and we have a committee of about 8 mighty members that will put this wonderful celebration on March the 1st. Again, educational as well. But we were talking, and they said, "Oh, Mayor, November 15th, 2025, every year on November 2015 is Texas Recycles Day." So we wanted to give a proclamation to the Earthwise Living Committee, and then also tout how important it is to recycle. So let me read this, and then I'll present it to the committee. Proclamation, Leon Valley, Texas Recycles Day, November 15th, 2024. Whereas Leon Valley, Texas residents generate more trash every day, and this trash gets buried in the landfill. And whereas recycling saves precious energy, conserves valuable natural resources, protects the environment, reduces landfill needs, and has a positive economic impact. And whereas the city, county, and residents of this community can do more to recycle and reduce waste. And whereas waste reduction and the purchase of recycled content products are critically crucial elements of an environmentally responsible waste management program. And whereas Texas Recycles Day is a national promotion to help raise awareness about recycling and buying recycled products. And now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, and on behalf of the entire Leon Valley City Council, do hereby declare November 15th, 2024 as America Recycles Day here in Leon Valley. Signed by my hand on this 5th day of November 2024. So let's show our appreciation to the Earthwise Living Committee. Would y'all like to say, oh, shit. For recycling? Yeah.
One of our most important goals is to just raise awareness and to educate our citizens of Leon Valley about natural living, recycling, reusing items, and just being responsible to our earth. So we'll continue that, and as the mayor said, our big celebration is on March 1st, so we're working to plan that, and we hope that we will get a really good turnout of citizens, because there's a lot of information out there that we just need to share.
Thank you. All right. We appreciate your efforts. Next, I'd like to present a Good Neighbor Award to Jackie Randall with Bare Branches Alliance. And Jackie's here in the front with board member Dixie Watkins III. If you'll come forward, please. And you're probably wondering, what's Bare Branches Alliance, right? Okay, so Bare Branches Alliance is an urban forestry nonprofit dedicated to expanding and preserving the tree canopy of the greater San Antonio region of Texas. So that's just in a nutshell. I met Jackie about 2 years ago through Earthwise. We had a speaker series, and I was just blown away about what they're doing, and it's just continually growing. I think it's your 3rd year now, right? And I'd like for you to just talk about it, and then I'll tell you why we have them here. Okay.
Sure.
Talk a little bit about Bare Branches Alliance. Who's helped us?
So as Mayor Riley mentioned, we are an urban forestry nonprofit, and our mission is to expand the tree canopy through native tree planting projects, preserve the canopy through tree preservation programs, and then reconnect our community through educational opportunities to connect with our trees and all of the benefits of them. So we were really excited. This project that we're here for today actually was a project that was started by a couple of our founding board members. I think we talked to y'all, David Demeline, in Public Works before we actually got our articles of incorporation. So this project has been on our dream, our bucket list since even before we were officially given the stamp from the Texas Secretary of State. So being able to actually see it a reality has been amazing. So we just wanted to say thank you. And I do have to say the City of Leon Valley, the folks in Parks and Public Works has just been amazing to work with. And we're just so excited and grateful for this collaboration.
Well, it's not just one project. Bare Branches have actually done 2 projects in Leon Valley. Last year, you've planted Bare Branches Alliance and you had support from other agencies, 146 trees?
42 trees.
42 trees at the Driggers Elementary.
Yeah, so that was part of our Project Canopy program called Cultivating and Nurturing Our Planet's Youth with Northside ISD. We planted 5 elementary schools, a total of 510 trees, with about 850 4th and 5th grade students. And the reason why these campuses were chosen were because they were high risk in our data for heat islands, social vulnerability, and equity. So to help mitigate those factors, that's why Driggers was chosen.
That's right. And now, about 2 weeks ago, I guess it was about 2 weeks ago on a Friday, about 75 volunteers, and again, you'll have to Accenture, HEB, I can't remember all
Cox
of the
Automotive,
Cox
the Arbor Day
Automotive,
Foundation.
Just a lot of support. We planted along our Heapner Creek Greenway bike trail there. It went up 235.
So we do have
trees.
9 more to plant,
Yeah.
but the entire project, once those are in, with the volunteers that day, we planted 200 of the 235 and then came back Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday of the following week. So, yeah.
But you were saying about how our Public Works was so instrumental. They dug all the holes
Yes.
for all those trees, which is a lot of work.
And help
Yes.
move the really, really
Yes.
giant trees that you
Right.
see out there. So I know
Right.
some of them look a little stressed out. That's okay. We had to do a lot of root pruning to make sure that they were planted properly, but they're hanging in. And the spraying that we just got, awesome for the
I know.
trees.
It's
Yeah.
over an inch.
Great timing.
And also, our Public Works will be responsible for watering these beautiful. So that's a
Yes.
big thank you to Public Works for
Yes.
doing that.
And that's for 3
So,
years.
yeah,
So
for 3
thank you
years,
all for
yeah.
the commitment. And of course, we'll be there as a resource.
Exactly. So anyway, so
Yes.
that's the background. And then we said, well, we need to thank you all properly at a council meeting. So we have a certificate of appreciation. It's actually called a Good Neighbor Award, presented to Jackie Randall with Bear Branches Alliance. On behalf of the Leon Valley City Council, this award recognizes Jackie Randall. We thank you for leading Project Canopy with Driggers Elementary, where 125 trees were planted at the elementary school. We also thank you for leading the Heapner Creek Greenway Trail tree planting event, planted along the city's newly constructed trail from Bandera Road down to the Shadow Mist trailhead. We also appreciate your commitment to our environment and our wildlife. Signed by my hand this 5th day of November, 2020, on behalf of the entire City Council and citizens. So let's give this to these wonderful people and show our appreciation. Okay. And Mr. Watkins is on the board. Would you like to say anything?
Oh,
He's our vice president, yeah.
Okay.
well, yeah, I have a long history with San Antonio and forestry, and a friend of mine kept saying, you got to check these. I'm smitten with Jackie, the energy and all of the multiple agendas that we're trying to satisfy between food desert, island, and wildlife enhancement, and franchising students. It's all a bunch of really good things. I will say that we do have second phase. We're going to go on up the creek over Heebner Onion with a second phase as time goes on.
When we get our trail in
Yeah,
there.
so
Fantastic.
we're here for a
Great.
while.
Yeah,
All
we look
righty.
forward to a long relationship.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. All righty. Yes. All righty. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate it. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
All righty. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Drew.
Watkins.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, so we have presentation number 3, and we have Dr. Josh Stevens. Services, and authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Tiger Sanitation. Josh Stevens is the chair.
So I'm just going to introduce. Testing. Oh, there it goes.
Well, since I'm down there, would you like for me to reread that so everybody can hear it better? Dr. Caldera, would you like me to reread that?
It's up to you, Mayor.
up
It's
to
on the
you.
solid
What do
waste
y'all think?
recommendation from the
Okay, I
committee.
think we're good.
Okay.
All right. I was just down there and I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Not
Okay.
a problem.
Thank you.
So basically, the council tonight is going to determine whether or not to accept the solid waste committee's recommendation and allow the city manager to enter into negotiations with their recommendation, which is Tiger Sanitation. We did receive 4 proposals: Tiger Sanitation, Waste Management, Waste Connections, and Frontier Waste. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the chair of the committee, and he's going to go through the 2 proposals that kind of rose to the top for the committee, and that was Tiger Sanitation and Frontier Waste. Go ahead.
Cool. So I'm just, I'm going to quickly go over, I believe y'all were emailed the summary of significant differences. It's like a little chart thing.
And I just wanted to welcome you on behalf of the council.
Oh, thank you.
We appreciate it, Josh. Yes,
Yeah,
welcome back.
I've never been here before. This is.
Yeah. As Mr. Orozco said, aren't you supposed to be up here? Okay.
So I'm going to try to just do this quickly because, frankly, I don't really want to be here tonight, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't want to be here because we'd like to watch the news, but nonetheless, so we, like Dr. Caldera said, we eliminated 2, like at our first meeting, really right off the bat, and it was mainly because of price. So I think y'all might have received all 4 binders. You could easily see why we eliminated Waste Management and Waste Connections from the beginning, just because of price, especially with some of the commercial rates were quite high, and so it was kind of easy to narrow down. But nonetheless, so we interviewed both Tiger Sanitation and Frontier individually. The committee kind of created a smaller committee to interview, and we just dialogued. We had some specific questions we wanted to ask them to compare and just kind of see what was best for the citizens. And so as you can tell, the prices are pretty close. Tiger's base rate was $18.32, but that didn't include household hazardous waste, which is an additional $1.65 per month. This is per month per household. Frontier was $19 a month, but it did include household hazardous waste, on-call household hazardous waste, which is where their program essentially is where all the residents are entitled to up to one time per month. They could call this 1-800 number essentially and collaborate with them and work with, depending on what they were trying to get rid of their hazardous materials from their house. So we did like that. The household hazardous waste program was a lot better with Frontier, just because they had like a system for doing that, and they picked up at your house and that sort of thing. But nonetheless, despite that, we still thought, and again, it was a unanimous decision at the very end, that going with Tiger Sanitation would be the easiest for residents, and it would provide the best value overall for residents. So just gonna go through kind of, and really the deal breaker, I think, for this was that Tiger allows the 4 extra bags for pickup. That's kind of what it fell back to. Several of the committee members had used that frequently. I don't, but I also have a warehouse where I take excess trash to. So, but I can understand that a lot of residents really value the ability to put out extra bags, and everything from leaves during certain months of the year to just the garbage like at Christmas and that sort of thing. So the bulk was pretty much the same. So one of the concerns that the committee has is the increase in excess bulk, the cost for disposing of excess bulk. So bulk and brush, really. And so currently residents are charged $10 per extra cubic yard over. Tiger is increasing to $30, so that's a huge increase. I think that's going to result in a lot of resistance from residents when they're approached with that. And so that's why also, and I'm saying our recommendation, we came to a consensus on a lot of things. We didn't necessarily vote on every specific item, but the consensus seemed to be that the city should go ahead and continue picking up excess brush after bulk pickup events like the city's currently doing, because otherwise, I especially because when I was on council, this was an issue for a while, but I think that if the city seizes that program, that we're going to end up with dirtier neighborhoods ultimately, because there are some residents that just, frankly, they're renting their house. They don't care if you put a lien on the property. And so we'll end up with these brush piles that'll stay there for months after each bulk pickup. And I think it's in the city's best interest. Mr. Dimmeline, who's not here, he actually provided some numbers of hours that the city spends picking up the excess brush, and it really was insignificant. It was under 100 hours for this last pickup, and that was with a lot of these extra 100 man hours for picking up, and that was after a lot of these residents cut down, lots of trees in their yard, that sort of thing. So I think that that's probably worth it to just keep that in for residents that are unwilling to pay now this $30 per extra yard charge. That compares to Frontier. So Frontier agreed in their interview. They didn't actually write this anywhere, but during their interview, they had agreed to charge $15 extra per cubic yard. So another positive that we saw with Frontier, and that's only during the twice annual bulk pickup. If it's an on-call pickup, which they also offer, they were going to charge $30 per extra yard, and that's actually written in one of their documents. But Household hazardous waste, so I talked about Frontier. There is a difference with the list of things that are acceptable, and so this is why we didn't really feel that it's in the best interest for Leon Valley to go ahead and force all residents to pay for that household hazardous waste pickup, just because of the things that Tiger excludes from their pickup, and also because it's subcontracted to a company, and it's going to be a centralized collection point, so residents may not be able to make it, depending on what day of the week you had and that sort of thing. So again, I'm kind of just going down the chart. I don't want to bore you by reading every word off of it, but yeah, that's kind of it. Ease of use, very similar. Call hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And I told Tiger this also, personally, I liked the fact that Frontier had a dedicated social media team, and they also have a Frontier Waste app, which appeared to be very user-friendly. I know Crystal actually recently got that for her own neighborhood, was the Frontier that's what her neighborhood contracted with. So I encouraged Tiger that hopefully eventually they'll create more of a social media presence and have a full-timer that can kind of deal with inquiries, especially as, my generation starts to come up. We really just don't make phone calls. I try to avoid making phone calls if I can, so I'd rather message somebody on Facebook or whatever. So length of contract, so both of these are the same. I'd encourage the council, for both of them, we're okay with these terms. Again, city manager can negotiate this more if y'all are fine with it, but they were both okay with a 5-year base contract, and then we thought it would be best to put in 2 additional 2-year option periods where the city council has the sole ability to extend that contract. So if everything's going just A-okay, then the city council could just extend that for another 2 years. You would still have the CPI increases, year over year. But then you wouldn't be burdened by this whole RFQ process. So, but yeah, and that's under recommendations also. There's a specific one that talks about the contract. But okay, so here our concern. So I already talked about the increase in cost for the bulk pickup. So that is a big concern. Increase from $10 to $30 per extra cubic yard. That's a huge increase. And again, I don't think you're going to have residents that are unwilling to pay that. Like just flat out, just because of principle or whatever. And so I think it's in the city's best interest to continue to pick up that brush. We will possibly see more illegal dumping because of the increased cost of bulk and brush pickup. San Antonio has like an ongoing problem with this. There's advertisements everywhere now about like reporting illegal dumping and all that. So just, keep that in mind. Enable our public works to clean up that type of stuff quickly, I think would be the best solution for that. We were concerned with Tiger's interpretation of construction materials, and Dr. Caldera was there during all of our discussions and in the interviews and that sort of thing, and so she's very well aware of this through the negotiations, but that needs to be much better defined. We have like issues with residents getting rid of like fencing, like wood panel fencing, doors, like if they replaced a door inside of their house, sheetrocks, like if a resident did their own like sheetrock repair in their own house, and they would just throw it in their 95-gallon tote for disposal. I know Tiger at one point gave an issue with like disposing of that trash. So I think we just need to, the city just needs to spend a better time defining construction materials and coming to a solution for that. So you don't have like these little problems that can become big problems, for the residents that are actually having them. And I wrote in a quote, construction of or demolition debris, including but not limited to sheetrock, rock, dirt, tile, brick, or other masonry generated out of a residential unit shall be deemed commercial waste. So again, a small amount of sheetrock, you probably wouldn't allow your residents to throw that away in their normal their normal trash, because seems like the easiest thing. And then the other thing that was of concern was the city obligations and the sample contract that you've received in the binders and that we've reviewed as well. There is some inconsistencies with the existing ordinances that Leon Valley currently has, and it has to do with enforcement. And Tiger seemed amenable to change that during our interview with them, so I don't think that's going to be an issue at all. But other than that, I think that's pretty much it. Sorry, there's a lot. We spent quite a few hours, going over all of these proposals and stuff. So
thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Appreciate the committee's work as well and Dr. Caldera's work. What's the bottom line? I mean, it's 18 $32 a month plus $1.60.
Yeah, so we.
You know what I'm saying? So is
so
this
we aren't
all
re-
add-ons is going to be on everybody's?
So we aren't recommending doing any of the add-ons with
Oh,
Tiger.
okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
we're recommending just go with the base rate. That will mean that if you want to do a household hazardous waste
Yeah.
event like y'all have had just recently, that the city will have to self-fund that. But
okay.
maybe
I
not.
didn't realize
You,
that
you
does
probably
not
won't need it
include,
twice
yeah.
per year. But if you see the exclusions for Tigers, there's exclusions that are not exclusions on front. I specifically listed them on that page 1 below as well. Ammo, fireworks, fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, DEA regulated pharmaceuticals, oxygen tanks, that sort of thing. And so Tiger prohibits that for household hazardous waste. Frontier allowed that. And I mean, in addition to those, I think there also could be issues just with like staffing of that type of event and that sort of thing. So, but if you add up the dollar amount, like, so $1.65 times, the 3,000 to 3,500 accounts by the time you add up the dollar amount, the city, it's just in the best financial interest, I think, for the city to self-fund, even though those events can get expensive. If you do the math, that's also a lot of revenue that citizens are paying, so.
Okay, because it costs a lot for hazardous waste, and I believe our citizens would like that option, but I don't know.
Yeah,
we did get a grant, but we had to end up paying a lot more on top of that this past year.
Yeah, so, ultimately, it's going to be like almost $20 extra per citizen per year is the cost. So is it worth $20 extra per citizen for 100 residents to use household hazardous waste? That's kind of what
Okay.
you end up doing the math about, right? So we did, and actually under recommendations, there's another one again, y'all can do what you want to do, honestly.
Gotcha.
$1.65 isn't like, I shouldn't say that. It is a huge deal for some people. Whatever, but I know some residents may not want to pay for that because they may not ever have a plan to use that. We think some time could be spent better educating citizens, because a lot of those household hazardous waste charges is like latex paint, which like you can open up the can, let it dry out, and then throw it away with your normal trash. So that type of thing, we do think that there can be more emphasis on education to residents, because otherwise you are going to pay a ton of money to dispose of something that you can just put out with your regular trash. So.
Okay, and then what about the question of roll-offs? We had that in this contract, did we not? Where not exclusive.
Yeah,
Anyone?
so that
is that
ordinance
still
does not make it exclusive.
Okay.
So, and that's the whole enforcement mechanism.
Okay.
I think we didn't go into depth. We did discuss that briefly. We didn't go into depth discussing.
It's just.
I would acknowledge, competition is a good thing for certain things, and with a lot of new construction, there's going to be a lot of roll-offs being utilized in Leon Valley. So, if the council wants to opt to go that direction where you force people to use Tiger's roll-offs, I would say try to get something else out of this, like use that as leverage. That's personal opinion, because you're giving them a monopoly on that, and so I think there's some other things that you could probably get in return.
All right. And then also I've gotten a couple of questions. People want to know if they can get a new cart because theirs is 7 years old. I don't know. Is there a charge?
We
I guess
asked
that's-
them that, and they said as long as they make the request, they'll be more than happy to get the
Okay,
new cart.
all right. And then lastly, I know we have seniors and disabled people who need help with their cart. Is that still going to be an option where the...
Everything will continue like
Okay,
as is.
very
Yeah.
good. So those are the questions I... All right, is there any other questions for either Mr. Stevens and the committee, or we do have the representatives. Mr. Kuhn is here, the general manager. Good evening. And Frank, and that's right. Nice to see you all. Thank you very much. And we may be asking you some questions as well. All right, so Mr. Campos, you're next.
Mr. Stevens, first I want to thank you for chairing this committee. You know how important it is. You've been on the council for a number of years, so thank you very much. I think, for the citizens here in person here and online, this was our request for proposal process. And I think it was done very well. We had citizens participating in the evaluation of this. Y'all read every proposal. You narrowed it down by price, which you described. And then you questioned the representatives from Tiger and Frontier, as well as also had interviews with them as well. So I think it was a very fine process. I think it was fair. I think it was transparent. And I thank you for that, leading that. So I just wanted to acknowledge all the people. For me, I think the big differences between the two is that Frontier, you can only put things in the trash can, and they will not take anything that's not in the trash can. It could be on the side of it. They're not going to pick it up. Whereas Tiger, they will do that, your regular trash can, plus additional items up to 4 bags. And they've done a fine job for us over the years, so thank you again for that. That's
Yeah,
the
and I think you touched on, I mean, we saw, right, with the last, when we changed to Tiger from Waste Management back, change is hard. And so it's almost like there is a cost, it's worth something to not change as well. So the cost of change, I think, is what business calls it, but yeah.
Very good. Okay, anyone else? Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Orozco.
Josh, thank you so much. A lot of work put into it in your committee. Did you say there was a representative here from Tiger?
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Kuhn?
Can you come up for a second?
Yeah. This is Lee Kuhn from Waste
And
Management.
I just have concern. You had indicated you have 4 extra bags, as Councilor Campos mentioned. I was going on vacation, and I called your Tiger company, and I told them that I was going to go on vacation, that if I could just put the bags there instead of the trash can, so I won't get written up by the home HOA because I left the can out there. And they told me absolutely not. And I could have been a little bit more argumentative, but I was on vacation mode. And I really regret that because I left the trash can in the garage. And when I came back a week and a half later, you can just imagine how my garage smelled. Is there any provisions that you would allow somebody in a case like this that, I can understand why you would not do it, but there's certain situations sometimes that I go on vacation, they want to leave the trash can out. Is there anybody else that they can call, customer service, but she feels pretty adamant that I could not do that? I guess I could have escalated it up to you guys, but would there be provisions if the council decides to go with Tiger? Is there any provisions so we can help some of these people that in cases like this?
Yeah, absolutely. And first, thank you for having me, Mayor, the council. Very much appreciating it. My name's Lee Kuhn, General Manager with Tiger. And to be clear, the request, just so I understand, so I can take it back with our team, the request was, we serviced the trash, picked it up, but the request was to take the cart back to the garage?
No, sir. I just wanted to leave the bags out there.
The bags.
And I left that Monday morning, the day that they were going to pick it up, and I was just going to leave it there for a couple of hours until you guys picked it up. This way, I didn't have to have anybody bring the trash can in and out. I was just going to put the bags out.
Understand. Now I understand. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, first, sorry that happened. That was an oversight on the customer service rep. They should have understood the request more clearly. And
maybe I
it would have
wasn't
been,
presenting myself well.
And because we do allow the 4 bags, we obviously do prefer they be in the cart if they can, but certainly understand. So I would chalk that up as a learning opportunity for our team and to coach and just, again, give that better experience.
Okay, I just want to check for a second, because I'm okay with a recommendation from the committee, and I definitely trust our Dr. Cardella to negotiate a contract. So I'm in favor of the recommendation.
Well, thank you. And given it's a election night, we do appreciate your vote, Tiger.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions for me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Any other questions for Mr. Kuhn this evening? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just curious about you need direction on
So,
I'm just curious about the household hazardous waste.
So
because
that's
I
up to the
really-
council. I just need to know if you want that provision added so I can negotiate that in the contract. If you're not going to have it and just going to leave it as the base 1832, that's fine as well. Just know that I can possibly negotiate maybe a one-time pickup with them, and the council would be open to paying whatever that one-time household hazardous waste fee would be per year. I don't know what that would be. I would have to talk to Tiger about it.
Okay, that's just, yeah. Yes, sir.
I actually, because I had forgotten
you-
that I put this on here. Yeah, so the household
He,
hazardous.
he's got his calculator. Okay.
Oh, I wasn't actually going to do math.
Oh, you weren't, okay.
So Tiger subcontracts this to Clean Harbors. We were made aware of this as well. Just remember that we've had a problem in the past. Like, there's a reason for our recommendation. We've had a problem in the past coordinating this type of event because, frankly, it's in the current contract that we have this household hazardous waste pickup, and it didn't work out. And so there is a risk with trying again. So just leave it at that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Campos had something to say.
So if you could remind us all, when we had the household hazardous waste event this past year, we had our staff come in and volunteer additional hours that they were not paid for, but there were a lot of heavy items that it's not something that would be in our best interest to do with our own personnel.
Correct. So if it's something y'all want to look into doing, we can certainly go out to Clean Harbors and to the company we used last year. We could limit what we're going to take, like say we don't take e-waste or maybe paint because you can let that dry out. That may limit the number or the amount that you spend on household hazardous waste. We had tried for many years to do a program. We were unsuccessful in being able to do that. And so Crystal Miranda from our team was able to get a grant for that. And Republic Service is really the trash service that helped us. They didn't bid on us, but they helped us coordinate the household hazardous waste with the city. So
I would say that my recommendation, just for myself, it was to be for you to see what it would cost for maybe a one-time,
Yeah, okay.
Rather than put it into the bill on a monthly.
is there a max amount y'all would be willing to pay, like 10,000, 15,000? I mean, just so I know, like whether to, like if they come with an astronomical amount, like 30,000 or something that y'all aren't going to be willing to.
I'd rather not state that in public.
Okay.
At the moment, for negotiation.
Okay.
Power.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Well, I kind of agree with Mr. Campos, but if we give you authority to negotiate the contract's still got to come back to us for final review. So
We'll come back on the 19th is my hope.
So it would be my recommendation for you to use your best judgment and come up with the hazardous waste charge or what it would cost the city and bring it back to us as an option for the final contract. And then at that time, we can make a yes or no decision.
Okay.
I just need to know whether or not to negotiate it, yes or no.
I
mean,
would
if
prefer
y'all want
yes.
to, then fine. If not, then.
I would prefer yes.
You mean negotiate with Tiger for a household hazardous waste
Some sort of
option.
program,
Yeah,
correct. Right.
Not something separate. Okay.
I would,
Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mayor,
go
I'd
ahead.
prefer not to have the household hazardous waste. It's obviously not their core competency. It's already been in the contract for 8 years, hasn't been done. Let's take it out, and I don't think we should kind of keep on doing that. I think we should figure out another way, whether it's through another company. We don't want to use all staff like we did last time. Obviously, that was very painful, but figure something out.
All right. And Mr. Roscoe, what do you think? Just to try to get a consensus? Okay. And you're okay with that? And
Since they already have a contractor already identified, let's see what that cost would be if it's a one-time basis on a centralized.
So I've got 2 to 2. So Betty, you're going to break the.
okay,
What do
Betty?
you want to do?
I agree. Okay.
With who?
Mr. Campos.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So you'll try to bring this back at the next meeting on November 19th. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much for being here. We really appreciate it. All righty. Have a good one. And then we will move on to announcements by the mayor and council. I just have a few announcements. First of all, last meeting, I got word through, I thought, a reliable neighbor that our former mayor, who's on the board over there, Mr. Semmelman, had passed. And it was erroneous, and I'm very, very sorry. And I just want to say how I hope, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I mean, I'm really sorry that we said he passed and he didn't pass. So Crystal looked, we couldn't believe it because we thought we would have found out something. But anyway, when we did more research, he is alive and well. So thank you, Mr. Silliman, and we hope you're doing well. So my apologies. This Friday, I just want to let y'all know the Historical Society is having their annual Blue Jean Gala, and it's 6:30 at the Community Center. Just go LeonValleyHistoricalSociety.com if you'd like to have tickets. It's a lot of fun, very reasonable. Anyway. And then on Monday, I wanted to say Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans who've served, living and deceased. We appreciate your service. And the Leon Valley Elementary, I noticed that we're closed here at the city, but the schools are open, at least Northside is, and so I'll be going to Leon Valley Elementary at 8 a.m. for their annual Leon Valley honoring of the veterans on that day. So I thank them for inviting me. Somebody had said, I guess it was at the coffee, we talked about 2 new businesses that we brought in that came into the city of Leon Valley, and one of the residents says, Mayor, you need to report on it in the Lion's Roar, and so I guess we'll do that. But we had 2 ribbon cuttings, one Toro's Meat Market, which is, you know where Hobby Lobby is, but it's right there on the corner where that Blockbuster used to be, and it's more than a meat market, it's like a little grocery store. So I just want to put a plug in for them and thank Roque Salinas for all of his work, our economic development director. And then about 10 days ago, we went to another grand opening of a little, this is so different. I've never seen anything like this in Leon Valley in 40 years that I've lived here. It's called The District. And do you know where Tia's is? Okay, well, behind Tia's, there's a little tiny shopping center that's got a soccer world and a puppy land or puppy something, and I think there's alterations or whatever. Well, right in the corner is a little venue called The District, and it is the charcuterie board. They're just in wine, and it's the cutest little thing. And they decorated it, and there's a little patio. And so anyway, I just want to put a plug in for The District. Just look them up online. But anyway, they're open Wednesdays through Sunday, and they have a Sunday brunch, which he said is pancakes of all things. So anyway, but they're really nice. They're cousins, 2 cousins that are and their wives that are running this new venue. So just plug in for those two businesses that we welcomed to Leon Valley, because we know they have a choice to go anywhere in the city, Bexar County, and so we appreciate them coming to Leon Valley. Okay, so that's it for me. Anyone else that like to make an announcement? Yes,
Just very
Mr. Campos?
quickly, I know we're all in a
we're
hurry
trying
to
to
go
get over
home, but I do want to point out something in the city manager's report. We've just got the Channing Joy Foundation shipped to us, and so it's going to be installed. So it's very exciting. And then the other thing that I want to point out in the city manager's report is that we're getting now the quotes for the dog kennels. So that's moving forward, and I think a lot of people will be excited in the community. And then the last thing I'd like to highlight is naturally the events that they've had at the library. A Halloween party, they had 569 people, and their haunted house day, 537. So my hat's off to the library and all your staff. So thank them all, please.
Okay, thank you for that shout out. Do appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick. As the Mayor mentioned, Veterans Day is coming up November 11th. Mm-hmm. If you had an opportunity to take advantage that you voted, please thank a veteran that gave us that right to do that, and those that gave up their lives so we can have an opportunity like this to make this country free. Second, the CPAC has a new chair, is Manuel Rubio, and a new vice chair is Ms. Roof. We're looking to revitalize this, and you'll be hearing more about that. And it's beginning to look more like Christmas. Okay. So for the Blue Santa, is Roque here? they're for fundraising for the police department for Leon Valley. They're going to be selling this tumblers right here, and it's an easy $25, and it's going for a good cause. And if you can, contact Rukia or contact somebody in Leon Valley, maybe Dr. Caldera. She'll get you as many as you need. So please support the Blue Santa and get one. And that's all I got, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. And you can also donate to Blue Santa toys and stuff like that for
Absolutely,
disadvantaged
yes.
child.
And the police department goes, and the fire department as
Great
well.
job.
They go out of their way to make it successful, and it's just a little help for them.
Yeah, I think I want one of those.
A lot of beer fits in there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo some of the comments. I hope everybody's already voted. If not, you've got 15 minutes to
That's
get
right.
over, across the street and go get in line. But yeah, obviously it's important, it's always an important election. I always say if you didn't vote, you can't complain. You don't have a right. So.
True. Thank you. Anyone else on this side of the dais? Okay. Well, then we will move to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. The city manager's report is online and outside. I also emailed it to y'all this afternoon. I did want to make some introductions. I do have Cindy Alvarez. Cindy, can you please stand up?
Okay.
This is your new assistant library director, and so I just would like to put a face to the name, and so we welcome Cindy to our staff and hope all
Welcome.
works out. And then I also want to introduce your new planning and zoning director. For those that haven't met her, her name is Susana Huerta. Where are you at, Susana?
There
Please
she
stand.
is.
There's Susana. So we welcome both of these ladies to our team, and so hopefully we're moving forward with all of our projects. The only other thing I want to say is the Halloween haunted house brought in how many, Regina, total?
985.
So as of today, it was update from the city manager's report. I do it a little bit ahead of time, so we totaled out the haunted house with 900.
And Mr. Bradshaw was saying who won the contest.
The
We didn't
contest,
know.
sorry. So it
Yeah.
was, we announced it on Facebook, but it was the Mickey Mouse pumpkin and Municipal Court won.
Oh,
And
okay.
so I'm buying them lunch, and the winner got a little bit of a gift card. So congratulations
Yeah.
to the Municipal Court on the pumpkin contest.
Well, and then I just kind of accidentally came over here on Halloween, and y'all were all dressed up, and you didn't even tell us. Anyway,
sorry.
so that was
We
a
do dress
great-
up for
great
Halloween.
spirit. Great spirit.
We dress up for Halloween. We do post our pictures. So if you haven't seen us, I was Yoda, and so we were on Facebook. So we do.
Well,
post it.
I just want to shout out to our two new employees. I had the honor and privilege of sitting in on their interviews, and I just welcome. I think you all are wonderful, and you're going to fit in beautifully on our team. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here.
And I do want to say, Roka dressed up as a traffic light.
Well, I know.
He had the
I
best,
saw everybody.
best costume.
I couldn't believe it. Now, I told Angela, I said, Angela, you and I are kindred spirits because she went like herself.
Yes.
And that's what I do every year. I never get up. Anyway, so that was great. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes. Mr. Martinez, did you have something to say?
Just one comment, Crystal. If you could send the report at least the day before. I work, and if you send it in the afternoon like you did today, I don't have time to review it before the council meeting.
Well, it's just a report. It's not anything dealing with the council meeting, and so I'll do my best to try to send it earlier. But normally I do it on Tuesdays before the council meeting. That's just
If you could do it on Monday, and then if there's any updates.
again. I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try. It's not for the council meeting. It's just
Well, it's actually a
bi-weekly. Yeah, I do
Twice
it.
a month.
I try to do. The staff has to turn in their stuff to me the Wednesday before, and depending on the week, it just kind of depends. But I try to make sure y'all have it prior. But it's not for the council meeting. But I will do my best to try to get to y'all earlier.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, if that's it, Dr. Caldera, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do any of my colleagues want to remove 6.1 through 6.5 agenda item for discussion? I see no one, so may I have a motion and a second to
I
approve?
so move.
We have a motion by Councilmember Orozco and a second by Councilmember Campos to approve the consent agenda 6.1 through 6.5 as presented. Any further discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. We are moving to the regular agenda item. We have 3 of them this evening. Agenda item 7.1 is a first read. We will not have a vote, but we will decide how we want to deal with it at the next meeting. 7.1, presentation. We do have a public hearing and discussion to consider approval of a request to amend specific use permit PZ 2021-5, construction of automobile storage canopies to add self-service storage units on a 4.89 acre tract of land located at 5426 Grissom Road, being Lot 103, Block 101, CB 4433, Von Watson Subdivision. And we have Roque Salinas, our Planning and Zoning Director, this evening to present. Good evening, Roque, and we
Good
look
evening,
forward to
everybody.
hearing your presentation.
So this is an amendment to an existing SUP, which is the U-Haul facility that's on Grissom Road and on the Timber Hill, on the other side of Timber Hill. And so what they essentially are doing is adding 10 mini storage facilities and U-boxes to the building because they abut into residential zoning districts, the apartment complexes. They have to get an SUP. They did that the first time, and so they're adding to that project, and so they're seeking to amend it to add that. All the plans meet the required code. This is the aerial view of the property, and so this is the existing SUP that they had, which is to add this facility. And so their plan is to encompass the rest of this with more facilities for storage. Up to about a quarter of this is actually in the city of San Antonio, and so this land is, the reason this project took a while was because it was going through the San Antonio processes to get that, to get the plating corrected. This is a site plan, so as like I said, this development here, this box is already existing. They will connect the road with the existing road back here to connect all this and have an entrance on Timber Hill. This portion is actually the portion that's in San Antonio.
Okay.
The applicant has paid all the fees. The new construction will include ad valorem and possibly sales tax to the area as well. 8 letters were sent out in the 200-foot radius for property owners. Staff recommends the approval of the request. It was approved by the P&Z Commission on the October meeting 7-0. And that is our presentation.
Okay, thank you. I just had a really quick question. Did you have to go to the city of San Antonio for that portion?
We did not. The applicant did.
The applicant did?
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. So we do have a public hearing, so let me open up the public hearing, and then I'll ask the council if you have any questions. Do we have the applicant here? Oh,
Yeah.
Hi there. How are you? And what is your name? My name is John Martinez. Hello, Mr. Martinez. Welcome. We're so glad you're here. Let me open the public hearing at 6:52, and we want to hear from anyone in our chambers on this particular amendment to the SUP. Agree, disagree, whatever. Support? All right. So you're just actually just filling in the rest of your space that you have available for development is basically what I'm seeing. Okay.
That's correct.
Very good. All right, so if I don't see anyone else, then I will close it at 6:52 and ask the council if you have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Salinas. And if
Can we
not,
move this to a consent
we
agenda?
sure can. That was my next thing. What would you like to do at the next meeting, which is
Do I
on
need to
the
put that in the
19th?
motion, or?
No, we'll just direct the staff to put it on consent agenda. Is that all right? All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. So that'll be approved at the next meeting. All right. Thank you. You bet. And good luck. Moving then to regular agenda 7.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action authorizing the city manager to enter into contracts for the purchase of 105 acre-feet of water rights. And we have Ms. Moritz, our Public Works Director, this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Doesn't sound like it.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. That's better. Yes.
So yes, you are being asked to authorize the city manager to enter into contracts for the purchase of 105 acre-feet of water rights. These purchases are going to increase the amount of water rights we already own to better provide for future development. So to prepare for that future development, we think we need about an additional 300 acre-foot of water rights. The first contract, and that's the one that's included in your packet, is for 75 acre feet. And the second one, which is still pending, is for 30 acre feet of water rights. The 75 acre foot contract, those water rights are right now under lease by the San Antonio Water System. And so it'll be under lease for the next 2 years. Once that lease is up, then those water rights, we can use them however we want to use them. The 30 acre feet is not under lease, and we'll be able to use those immediately. We currently own 1780.378 acre feet of water rights, and this will increase it to 1885 acre feet. So here's your cost. It was $10,600 per acre foot. So for 75 acre feet, that's $795. Closing cost is going to be between $5,000 and $6,700. Don't know that for sure yet. So your total would be around $801,700. The 30 acre feet is being sold at $11,000 per acre foot, so that's $330. Again, with the closing cost, so your total for that one is $336,700. So the total for both purchases is $1.38. Y'all had approved at the last meeting a budget of $1.2, so we'll have a remaining balance of $71,600, possibly a little more depending on what those closing costs are. And so that's my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
I had a question. And so you're saying that we're going to pay, I don't know what that was for the 75 acres, but it's not going to be available for the city to use for 2 whole years?
Yes, ma'am.
But we still have to pay for it today?
We would own it. So that lease would transfer to the city of Leon Valley.
Right now? Or in 2 years?
That's
what I'm
as soon as we
confused about.
purchase them, those water rights belong to us, and we would be the ones leasing them to
Oh,
SAWS.
there you go. Hello. That's what I was confused about when I read it in the packet. I wasn't quite sure what SAWS is. Now I understand. Okay, that's good. Okay, and then on the other one, that's pending, and we don't know how much that's going to cost, but you've estimated
yes, we do.
it
They're
is.
going to cost $11,000 per acre foot.
Okay, so that's for sure.
For sure.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if that was still negotiable or not. Okay, very good. Mr.
So
Bradshaw.
we would buy the 75 acre feet. We now own it. It's being leased to SAWS for 2 years. How much is
Oh, yeah.
that going to bring in? How much is SAWS leasing it for?
I don't know. I'll have to find that out for you.
Okay.
Oh.
So I have a big issue with this purchase right now. When you do a lease buy agreement, or you look at the option of leasing versus buying, always takes into account like the break-even point and how long. If you were going to buy a car versus lease decision, you look at the cost. If you could buy a new vehicle and it's like $50,000, or you could lease it for $5 a week, it would make more sense to lease it for $5 than spend your $50,000. It's just a no-brainer. That's what this is equivalent to, what we're talking about here. Lease costs, anywhere from $130 to $150 per acre foot, and we want to buy them at $11,000 per acre foot. It's a ridiculous proposition. It really is. I've been on the council for going on my 6th year, and I try to make the right decision on things. I have made some bad decisions. Most recently, I think approving the Leon Valley storage, the zoning change, because the guy came here and promised us, oh no, we're going to build this, and he turned around and sold it as soon as we approved his zoning change. So I'm not perfect. I've made bad decisions, but this would be the worst decision of any council in the history of Leon Valley. If you look at the people on the wall, people who served as mayors, this would go down as the worst decision ever in the city. And it doesn't make mathematical sense. And I'll give you some examples. This is from January, Express News, right? Only talking 10 months ago. Vista Ridge acre feet is, this is the one they're bringing from hundreds of miles away.
Yeah.
1993 per acre foot. This is 5.5 times that we're trying to pay. Edwards Aquifer, they sell, it says from $410 to $651 per acre foot under maximum drought conditions. We're under maximum drought conditions, so it would be $651. This is 16 times that we're trying to pay. Carrizo water, $706 to $801. This is 13 times that. Brackish water desalination, which is also what SAWS does. This is taking salt water and desalinating it. This is 7 times that amount, $1,500. And then, like I said, Vista Ridge, this is 5 times what Vista Ridge is. And we're trying to buy these water rights. This is a ridiculous proposal that we're trying to do in the middle of a drought. And especially, we're going to try and buy this and not even be able to use it for 2 years. So, you know, we say we need water, we need water. There was a huge rainfall last night. I don't know if you guys got a lot of water. There's a lot of water running through my yard. That's going to happen again. We're going to get more water. This is every 5-6 years, comes to San Antonio, it rains. We're going to get more water. We should wait until it's not extreme drought conditions and then buy water rights. We don't buy when it's this high. That's like I said, it would be the worst decision. And just some other things. An article from Express News says there's a section titled "Looking for Options to Sell." Burton said SAWS has been approached by a number of entities, including some interested in short-term wholesale purchase contracts. Instead of traditional 30 to 60-year agreements, currently the utility sells 1,920 acre-feet of water to 5 entities, including the city of Elmendorf and East Central Special Utility District. Burton said he thinks SAWS could sell between 2,500 to 3,000 more acre-feet, but told trustees they wouldn't be wasting an opportunity if they decided not to sell, because the water is a good buffer for SAWS to have on hand. It says SAWS has not sold water from the Vista Ridge pipeline yet because it needs to be sure it was running well and as expected before making promises to other entities. He said if the utility decides to sell water from that source outside of Bexar County, it will need to go through a rate-setting process that goes to San Antonio City Council. That revenue could then be used to address water loss issues, he said. So have we approached SAWS to see if they'll sell us water?
No, because the only way we can get water through them is to have some kind of a pipeline. Right now, all we have is only be used for emergency purposes,
yeah.
period. The other so we can only buy water rights or lease them. It's certainly an option from our Edwards source. And so unless we ran a pipeline up to where where another water source was, there's no way we can get anything but what we've got right here. So we can certainly, contact SAWS and see if they'd be willing. In order to do that, I'd have to look into how we would blend their water with ours, because there are certain TCEQ rules and that kind of thing. So I'd have to look that up for you.
So, okay, so I think it'd be worth, again, exploring that rather than voting to spend $1.2 million on water that we're not be able to use for 2 years. The other thing is if we can only use the Edwards Aquifer, because that's where our wells are, I understand that. SAWS has water rights on the Edwards Aquifer, so maybe they'll sell us their water rights from Edwards Aquifer that we could use and not have to tie into theirs.
But we all will agree that we do need water because we have 583 homes
We understand.
coming in,
I understand
right?
that.
So that's why we
do
need
some
water.
But even then, if we get fined because we use too much water, it's not anywhere near this. It's a lot cheaper than, the acre feet. It's more than the lease is, but it's not out of the
And I
question.
think another thing you asked, which I think is pertinent too, is if it's a purchase lease or whatever it was, we need to know how much we get back from the lease, right?
Sure.
I mean,
it's probably
that's
it's
important.
between
I don't
100
know
and 150
how much
per
that
acre
is,
foot.
It's going to be much, like I said, really low. Sorry, Mayor, one more.
I was going to ask
point.
Mr. Campos to weigh in. Go ahead.
Buying these water rights, we own it. It does not all of a sudden create more water underneath our feet. It's not like, we bought it, so now fill it up. The water that's there is there. If we're going to run out, if that's the fear that we're going to run out of water, we're going to run out of water regardless of whether we buy it or not. That, whether we go over our allocation. What I'm saying is, we say we buy water rights. It doesn't make water magically just disappear or appear. It's not like you're creating
But we have
more
access
water.
to it, right?
That's the difference.
That's,
is
yeah.
You have access to it, but
planning
you only have
for
access to
how
what's
much
what's
water
there.
each person is using in a family. And so you
Right.
take that and you say, okay, this is the projected population that we have. Here's the water rights we think we're going to need. If you're looking at a critical drought period, this is how many acre foot we're going to use. So this city is landlocked. We're not going to be increasing very much more after these developments come in. We'll have some come in because there's still empty lots in Linkwood and then Sawyer Road, places like that. But if we're planning for the future where we don't have to worry about, or you don't want to worry about, will there be a lease available or not, then you want to be at least have ownership, in my opinion, of enough water rights to service your entire customer base.
Right. And I know I've read that Sid Miller, the agriculture commissioner, I mean, he is saying we are running out of water in the state of Texas. I mean, that's what I keep reading,
The
so.
problem in this part of the state of Texas is that there's some cities, there's 2 or 3 cities now, who are telling the developers, we don't have enough water for you, and we're not going to go out there and try and lease. You bring us the water rights. You buy them, and then you give them to us, and that'd be part of your it's like an impact fee.
Oh,
And so the developers who have all this money can go out and pay these prices for these water rights, and so now we're competing with private entities as well as other cities and other water districts.
okay. All right. Mr. Campos, can the city buy water from SAWS? That's the question.
Well, my recollection when I first got onto council, we had a Saturday meeting, and we had a SAWS proposal to buy water, from my recollection. Now, I could not sit in to that meeting, and I did not see the numbers, but I think the impression I got, okay, and the reason, I can be clear with the audience why I couldn't sit into that meeting to discuss the SAWS rates is because I work for SAWS, okay? I'm retiring in December, but at that time, I could not, and they cautioned me about it at SAWS, you cannot sit into that meeting. So I went outside, but when I got back, I sensed that the price was astronomical.
We've been paying $5,500 per acre foot for the last 3 or 4 years, and then with closing costs, it's a little more. But we were going through the Regional Water Resource Development Group, not through San Antonio Water System.
No, I think the proposal was to get potable water from SAWS, directly from SAWS?
No, sir.
Okay.
No,
That's
it was
what
from
I recall.
It was our wholesale agreement I think we were talking about, but it wasn't to get water from
contract.
SAWS. It was our contract.
So no, we've
And you
not
will
approached
actually be
them
seeing that contract again here pretty
quick.
soon. Yeah.
It's the sewer contract.
It's-
So
it's-
we would be happy to go and ask SAWS if they'd be willing to sell us water rights.
I don't think they would be willing to sell it. Right now, they've got, you can look online, they had a board meeting today, and one of the biggest things is their non-revenue water. And so they're not selling any excess water from Bastrop. They're not doing any of that right now.
Not even from Vista Ridge?
No, they're concentrating on trying to recover. Where are they losing water? Because my understanding is that they're losing enough water that's equivalent to what they're receiving from Vista Ridge. Okay? It's that big of an issue. But right now, we're in a very unique situation that even with these high prices, okay, I don't believe they're going to come down. We've been in a drought for a number of years, and our environment, even with the heavy rain that we got last night,
That doesn't.
it is not going to recover because we have been for years decreasing the amount of water that's available. You see it in Medina Lake, which has nothing to do with the Edwards Aquifer. You're seeing headlines with Canyon Lake. And these water rights are starting to get very scarce. I don't think when it starts raining that there's going to be more water rights. And as far as pumping, what it does is somebody can be located anywhere within the Edgewood Water District or aquifer and be able to draw their allocation out. It doesn't mean that there's less water, that we can, or more water that we can, that's suddenly available to our wells. That's not what it's about. But at this particular time, where we have these new developments, we have where we can recover at least 50% of this money through our impact fees.
Right.
And I think this is the opportune time to take advantage of that and go ahead and purchase these 75 acres plus the 30 acres, because this is for the future of Leon Valley.
The impact fees can only be used to purchase water rights.
Right.
And so we've collected a bunch this year so far, but we will be collecting a lot more in the next 5 to 7 years.
As the development continues.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Martinez, and then I'll come back on this side. And then Ms. Heil, if you had anything as well. Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
I'm in favor of purchasing this water rights. The way I look at it is water in Texas is gold. And, you know, we don't have the money. How much would it take for us to run a pipeline from Bastrop to Leon Valley to buy water like SAWS did? We don't have the money. Or like SAWS has a desalination plant down south. How many millions of dollars will it take Leon Valley to drill, get down to the salt water below the Edwards Aquifer, pump that up and desalinate it and use that for drinking water? We just don't have the money to do something like that. And to me, right now, roughly, we have 1,750 acre feet, and we're going to basically go up to 1,850. And with 30%, I'd rather have 30% of 1,850 usable than 30% of 1,750. It just moves the goalpost just a little further up the road. So I think this is the best thing for the city at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Heil.
I agree. I think we should purchase. We have 500 and some new homes coming in. We've got to have water for them. We can't say we don't have water. And we do have the impact fees. That's what, almost $800,000? Is that what we got from impact fees?
I think the purchase right now is $696,000 out of impact fees. We also have a water supply fee that is dedicated towards the purchase or lease of water rights.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me hear from Mr. Orozco, and then,
Thank you,
yes,
Mayor.
I'll certainly open it up.
Both of you have some very compelling arguments, and the biggest topic, one of the biggest topics in the TML this year was water. And Corpus Christi was one of the presenters, and this is one of the biggest things that they ever did was, to their advantage, is they had a 150-mile pipeline of water going to them. Now they're building a factory to desalinate the water. I mean, they got water right there, and it's going to cost them millions and millions of dollars, and they're going to be selling water as well. Now, when I voted yes to authorize all these homes, I was given the impression to believe that we have enough water to accommodate them. And one of the things that they said about the water argument was that the small homes that are coming in are not going to utilize the water as a regular house would, and that and they were talking about how garden homes and the small homes is going to be better for water. One of the things that Mr. Shahadi told me as well, he says, hey, you know, the best thing to do is own land and sell water. That's better than the stock market, because everybody's getting into it, and more people can get into it. And once they find out that there's a pot of gold there, more people are going to be selling their water rights. And with that being said, I like to table this until I want to be able to have all the options available. And I know that Melinda indicated that she would talk to SAWS. And I would like to be able to have every option on the table before we make this major decision. I know what Mr. Campos said, and I know what Mr. Bradshaw said, but Melinda indicated that she will talk to SAWS. And once we find out all our options, and if we don't have no other options, yeah, then we'll go on it. But give me another option to go before we go on with this.
Okay. I have a question for Melinda, because last time we were in the same situation and we didn't go forth and we lost that opportunity to purchase the water. Is this a same situation here?
Certainly, we don't have any escrow money.
Okay. I'm just saying, I believe that's what happened last time. Yeah.
I mean, you have to have money. I mean, if we're going to move forward, you have to have money in escrow. But again, guys, this is y'all's decision and what y'all want to do.
There's,
You know.
Mayor,
Yes.
was that a motion, Councilor Orozco, to table this item?
Yep.
If it is.
I can make us a motion to be, we table 7.3 until we hear from Melinda.
Point 7.2.
7.2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. And we have a final option from Sauls to see if she can negotiate with them as far as obtaining water from them. And once we get that option, then we'd like to go on.
I'll second that, and I would just like to add, again, you know, you're trying, I'm sorry, Ms. Heil and Councilor Martinez, you're still misunderstanding, you know, and even you, Councilor Campos, you're saying, oh, the lakes are empty, Medina Lake's empty. This does not create more water. And you talk about building a pipeline. We can't build a pipeline from the ocean. I know that, Councilor Martinez. That's not what I'm suggesting. You have to understand, SAWS has a pipeline. They have money. They can do this. So they have other sources. They have desalination plants. They have all these things. So that means they have all these water sources. So we can go to them and say, can you sell us some?
At least ask them, yeah.
And they have 2,500 gallons to 3,000, 2,500 to 3,000 acre feet that they said in January they'd be willing to sell. And we're asking for 300. Like, that's a very small portion. Like, it's worth, that's why I appreciate Councilor Orozco. You know, I would beg you, don't make this decision. Don't say, no, I want to buy the water, buy the water. That's like going to a car dealership and saying, I want that car right now. Okay, $150,000. Okay, do you want to look at other cars? Nope, I just want this one. You're not looking at your options. You're not opening your eyes. You're just, you know, we only have, I guarantee you, nobody's lining up to buy this water. Nobody's going to steal this from us because this is 7 times the going rate. It's ridiculously overpriced. And I've said it before. I'm sorry if I'm talking down to you, but this would be the worst decision in the history of Leon Valley if you say, yes, we need to buy this water.
And the only reason I'm making this motion is that I want to have every option on the table for us to make the right decision. Simple as that.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to table 7.2 to gather additional information and to negotiate with see if SAWS will sell us water. Any further discussion? And I do see your hand, and I do see another hand in our chambers from Mr. Stevens. So, Mr. Campos, go ahead, and then Mr. Stevens, come on up.
So I just want to make sure. So somebody did buy the 100 acre feet at 12,000.
They did.
Right?
I think so.
I don't know. I've not called the gentleman back. He was, he just said, well, I'm going to call my next buyer because he had one in line already. So I don't know if they did negotiate that deal. I don't know. I did hear from another expert, though, at Branscombe Law, and she expects the price of water rights for purchase from Edwards, where we have to get ours, to go up to $15,000 in the next coming years.
Okay.
And so this, Melinda, I know maybe I didn't understand your response, but when we contacted these two sources, the 75 and the 30, are they expecting the decision tonight? Or
that's what I was asking.
I let them know that I was coming to the city council with this item, and so I told them I would not have the answer for them until tomorrow as to whether or not we were interested in buying or if we were, you know, what y'all would do. Because it's never my decision, it's y'all's.
Right. Sure. Okay. And do we believe that we can get this information from SAWS by the next meeting?
I'm going to call them tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Stevens? And welcome back.
Thanks. I remember when I was in 1998, I was 8 years old, and because I'm young, and we had just moved out towards Medina Lake, And I don't know if y'all remember 1998, if you lived in the area, but Medina Lake was like at about 5%. And in 1998, we got a huge flood. It was after a couple other rain events. And they were so nervous that the dam on Medina Lake was going to rupture, was going to just collapse and flood out all the homes and farms downstream from it. And it just reminds me, water it's a cyclical thing. It's not the end of the world. I think it's very important to remember also these water rights. You are not purchasing water. You're not creating new water. You're paying somebody for a piece of paper that says you have access to water in lieu of paying a fee for only when you go over. One of the things I found concerning about the presentation is y'all aren't given the whole picture, because the reality is when you own water rights, you pay currently this year it's $88, next year it's $90 of administrative fee per acre foot that you own per year, whether you use it or not. And so you got to fix that into your calculation as well. So $90 per acre foot per month in 2025. So honestly, it has to be a calculation of like lease versus. So you're not only paying this 1.2 million, you're committing to pay $90 per acre foot per year for the foreseeable future, forever, whether you use it or not. I also think it's interesting. So San Antonio SAWS most recently put out a request for sealed bids in 2021 for the purchase of water rights. In 2021, they got no reasonable proposals. The proposals they got were for like $5,500 per acre foot, I think up to $7,000 per acre foot. They denied all of those. They said, no, we aren't interested in purchasing at this rate at all. And if you look at the SAWS minutes from the past couple of years, they haven't ever submitted another request for sealed bids. They aren't in the business of purchasing water right now. Why is SAWS not trying to purchase water right now? I don't know. Maybe they know something we don't know. But I will tell you what you do see is there's a lot of solicitations for requests for proposals to lease water rights in this area. So I don't necessarily agree that like you're going to find a solution with SAWS. I don't think they're going to work with you right now. They're having their own issues. Like Mr. Campos had said that they're struggling because of the leakage issue, and they have a variety of water sources. They're actually very wise with a lot of these things, but they're not interested in helping you during a drought. However, if the city uses more water than we're allocated, like the San Antonio Zoo recently did, we pay a fee. The fee is like under $200 per acre foot only when you go over. So remember, you're committing to pay, starting 2025, $90 per acre foot per year forever, and it's going to go up 4% every year. That's about what it goes up. So $90 per acre foot per year forever. Okay. My time is up. Mm-hmm. Or you can pay like just a little under $200 only when you go over and only for the acre feet that you go over. So just pay the fee. Like it's.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask Melinda, this is the first I've heard about this $90 administrative fee per acre foot.
It's actually $88 this year. They did, and we're talking about the Edwards Aquifer Authority. They did increase their fee for the habitat plan for keeping the Comal Springs and San Marcos Springs at a certain level. All of the city or anybody who's using water, whether you lease it or whether you own it, you will pay that fee. So even if you lease water, you still have to pay that habitat fee.
Okay. And so would you bring us back that number at the next meeting?
Currently, and then also, we spend about $160,000 that we send to Edwards every year.
Oh, okay, for that. And then
that
also,
fee is also built into your water rate, so it's not paid by the city, it's actually paid by your water customer.
Okay. And then just for clarification purposes, we can't use impact fees to purchase water through a lease.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can use, okay, all right, I wasn't sure, I thought it was just if you.
In our impact fee ordinance, it states purchase
all right,
or
good. So
lease.
it's either or.
Yes,
okay, ma'am. That's good to clarify that. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we have a motion on the table, and let's go ahead and, I'll go ahead and we'll call the roll on the postponing to date certain, which would be November 19th. We would be able to have this information, Melinda, by the 19th. Okay, so the motion is to table this decision on 7.2 till we get more information as we discussed. And so, Mr. Martinez, what is your decision?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Heil, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and thank you for my colleagues.
Okay, and so the motion does pass, 4 ayes and 1 nay. So we will revisit this issue at the next city council meeting on November 19th. Thank you so much for your efforts. We really appreciate it. Okay. All right, so moving then to regular agenda 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 2025 city calendar of events. And we have Ms. Posley here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Evening.
I have
Hello.
some notes.
Long time no see. Okay, so I know that Dr. Caldera and I gave you this about a month ago, so hopefully everybody's had a chance to review these proposed dates. Some of them are by statute, but we've also got all your events at the bottom. The only 3 dates, I'm not even going to use the PowerPoint, it's fine.
Just go to the 3 dates, Lisa.
The 3
It's the
dates that I've given you in your PowerPoint that might have a conflict would be the January 7th meeting, due to us coming back from break, and you have that, 3 weeks between council meetings. And then July 1st is the same week as 4th of July, so historically y'all postponed that one or canceled it. And then October 7th is National Night Out, Texas National Night Out. So those are the only 3 dates that we saw that were conflict, but then I think Dr. Caldera wanted to add a little bit too.
It's just a question of whether or not this past summer you canceled the second meeting in June as well. So then you had the first meeting in July and the second meeting in June. So y'all had a month out. Staff didn't, but y'all did. So it's up to y'all on whether or not that's something y'all want to take a look at for next year or not. That's fine too.
Well, I'm in favor. We survived it. I mean, it wasn't like, and we always said we can always add another meeting. So I would be in favor of also canceling it would be the
June 17th.
June 17th meeting. There it is over there. Yeah. Because I think it will give staff, if they plan appropriately, an opportunity to take off some time. So it's a win-win, I think. So I would be in favor of that, but I'd again open it up to my colleagues for your input on that. Yes, Councilor.
I'm agreeable to that for those 4 dates.
Okay.
Agree.
Everybody, okay, so we would cancel Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, Tuesday, June 17th, 2025, Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, and Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 for Night Out. Any other additions? All right. Yes.
Well, let's go ahead and vote on it, I guess.
Yes, we need to vote on it, but I just wanted to confirm there's no other dates that you'd like to consider. I thought it was interesting that TML next year is late. It's October 28th to the 31st in Fort
Halloween,
Worth.
yeah.
That's so late. Usually it's always at the beginning of October, but
It's
anyway.
Halloween. Yeah.
And it's Halloween.
Yes, I
So-
just had a conference on Halloween, and it felt very weird.
Yeah,
And then,
so-
but we were all like,
Yeah.
TML is doing it next year, so.
So I was very surprised. I looked it up
Yeah.
and I thought, oh, wow.
And Mayor,
So-
can we add to the motion that, Sandra, can you add those days when an applicant for city council can apply? I didn't see that date on there. It's in February.
I'll be posting that actually in the next 2 weeks, but I can add it to this calendar.
Okay, so it will be on the website.
It's like
calendar.
under important dates.
Okay, well then I'll withdraw then.
Okay. All right. So
So-
may I have a motion to cancel those 4 dates?
Also move.
Okay. And we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Martinez to cancel the 4 dates that we discussed this evening for 2025 city council meetings. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you so much for that. Do appreciate it. All right. So, agenda number 8, is there any future agenda items that you would like to consider? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, at the last planning and zoning meeting, there was some controversy in reference to the alternates and how they are addressed. You know, to me, an alternate is an alternate zoning commissioner and not a member of the public. I would like to, and there's a little bit of a contradiction in the ordinance, so I would like to have us review the ordinance and possibly make some changes.
I need a second for it, please.
I'll second it.
All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Ms. Hall to add this planning and zoning, review of the planning and zoning ordinance at a future
Agenda
well,
item.
future
I'll look at
agenda.
the agenda for the
Yeah,
19th. If I can get it on,
and
then
if
I
not,
will.
we'll do it in December.
Because I have the
So-
CPAC ordinance coming on the 19th, so we'll probably do this the first meeting in September.
Okay, and then also, okay, that'd be great. All those in favor say aye.
You don't need to do that.
I mean,
You just need a first and a second when you add the item.
There we go. Just wanted to be sure that everybody was on the same page on that. Anybody else have something else that y'all would
The
like?
only thing I would like to mention is we did confirm we will have a meeting on water on
Right.
on the 12th of November. It's just a follow-up meeting from the Saturday workshop. It is at the same time as zoning commission, but we will be meeting in the large conference room. But it's just the follow-up of the meeting from Saturday, so
Okay, so Tuesday, November the 12th, at what time?
6 p.m.
6 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
And zoning, so there'll be, but I'm sure there'll be an overlap, so I just want to make that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at 7:30 on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Thank you all very much.
We'll go home and turn the TV on. Go home and turn the TV on. You don't get to use vacation and retire early? Okay. Take pay for the vacation? Good idea, that's what I do too.
Bye, guys. Enjoy the night. Thank you for voting.
They're all metal.
Nice.
But, and then, one of them.
But that's your patio door.
Yeah, that's my back, and see, you can see right out. But down here is metal. In here is gonna be a gap, and they told us that when they told it to us. But we found, they told a bunch of us. I know. And see, they open, you know. The auditors would like to see you for reading. What do you think? I think it's my first thing. Yeah, that would work. Only because Thursday, I take Okay, so yeah, that's how it works. I'm gonna try to take off on Thursday, because we're off on Monday, so I'm gonna try to, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I'm gonna try to get mostly off on Monday too. No, because they were off today for, like, that's why the schools are open, because if they're closed for election day, If they're closed for election day, they're open on Monday.
No, but I wanted, like, I've got to be there at 8 a.m. and it's usually I was in Castro there and somebody else there, and so they said, no, you are the sole speaker. And I said, lovely. Okay, I can do this. So, okay, but yeah, oh, and I've got to sign these. Was Art on tonight? Yes, he was on. He was. Hi and bye. Okay. I saw your get up for Halloween. I'll tell you, you are. Oh.
Shark.
Oh, cute.
Friend of mine turned me on to this website that makes
The
shark that fit over my motorcycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fun. She's gonna be. You were with Tina. The picture that I saw was really good.
And you too, Tiger. Just amazing. The way you keep this city running.
Oh, you're so thoughtful.
It's appreciated.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm trying my best. Okay. Okay, thank you. I had my calendar just in case. Good, I'm glad that we had that extra Tuesday off. I mean, you know, for you and other people to take some time off, you know. Okay, always appreciate it. Okay, so I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. All right, you got her, Chief?
I got it.
She's gonna be safe. Okay, here, let me take all this back to my, yeah, and then I'll put this in here. And then this is, yeah, and then I'll be right back. I gotta put my pillow up.
Okay. This goes in there, right?
Yeah.
No, I got it.
Oh, okay.
This goes in.
I think I've got, yeah, I've got my other, okay. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. Coors is my name. Okay, well, that's not too bad. I thought we might get out by 7, but I thought with the water and the garbage, it would take a little.
I figured the garbage would have taken 3 hours. You know, I see what y'all pay. Y'all pay $20 a month for garbage, give or take.
Yeah.
I pay $280 a quarter for garbage. One time a week, one 95-gallon tote.
No recycling? Are you kidding me?
No recycling, no bulk pickup.
280 per quarter?
Per quarter.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, almost $1,000
Yeah.
a year.
And y'all, it's $20 a month, and y'all get all this.
Total of 34, I don't know, but it was like another 25,000.
But if everybody paid for it and
Yeah.
did it, maybe people would be more encouraged to do it
Yeah,
than
exactly.
just throwing that
Just
stuff in
throwing
their
it out.
trash.
Exactly. So I'm for. I mean, I really think we should. And I just realized until I looked at Josh's